The cherry blossoms had fallen earlier in the month, and talk of this year's harvest filled the small town. Pop English's drugstore was a welcome stop for the area children, happily purchasing a bottle of Orange Crush before making their way home for evening chores. Orchards stretched to the Columbia River, and the chalk-white cliffs signaled to travelers that home was nearby. It was as if Norman Rockwell himself had used the small town of White Bluffs for his inspiration of Americana. But the future of White Bluffs and its neighboring town of Hanford was far from serene. It was March 1943, and 1,500 landowners found their lives turned upside down as letters of condemnation ordered them to evacuate their homes, no questions asked. Their eastern Washington utopia was needed for a top-secret government project essential to the war effort. Residents of White Bluffs, Hanford, the town of Richland, and even a tribe of Wanapum Indians were evicted in the name of the Manhattan Project. Most residents had 30 days, some as few as 2, to pack up their households and find other accommodations beyond the boundaries of the newly established Hanford Works Project. At first, many residents fought back, refusing to leave the land they had worked so hard to develop. But in the end, only the tumbleweeds were allowed to remain. It was only months earlier that a small group of men, led by Lieutenant Colonel Franklin Matthias, had surveyed the area and found it suitable as a place to support the construction and operation of a plutonium processing plant, the substance needed in the assembly of a nuclear bomb. It was the abundance of water, the vast open spaces, and the availability of inexpensive energy that attracted the men from the Manhattan Project. Colonel Matthias was chosen to oversee the Hanford Works Project, an endeavor that would turn the tiny town of Hanford into a camp that would soon accommodate more than 50,000 people.
They came for the water, they came for the land, they came for my home on which it would stand. It was for the war effort, or so they would say. No choice could be made, they would not let us stay. The bulldozers came, the crops went down. Barely a memory was left in Hanford town. No time for regret. Now lift up your chin, for it's the war we go, boy, and the war we will win.
It was determined that a temporary camp was all that was needed. The only permanent structures were to be the processing and production plants. Barracks were built for the men and women who streamed into Hanford with promises of high-paying wages. They were segregated by gender and race, with the women's camp under 24-hour guard. Smitten couples were reduced to holding hands between the fences. Those lucky enough to bring their home in tow, or to rent one of the few government trailers available, found cozy, or to most, cramped accommodations at the Hanford Trailer Park.
And apparently it was started actually before the people in the Hanford town site even knew what was happening. There were survey work and things going on. I imagine there was some pretty interesting speculation at that point what was happening.
But little did we ever know or realize what we were at the beginning of. Had no idea. Well, we knew those people were leaving. Yes, we did. Because there were some houses where the people had already gone. And like I said, their chickens were running in the front yard. There were kids' tricycles and wagons in the front yard, and the houses were empty.
But the amazing thing to me is between the construction camp, or for the workers, both the single, male and female, and the families, they created this 51,000-person city with essentially all the services you need to keep that many people reasonably healthy and comfortable, in a wartime situation.
So you saw every kind of trailer you could think of. In those days, trailers were built like for recreation purposes, and somebody got onto this construction whatever and epidemic and started building trailers that people bought and moved out here.
Some of them were manufactured trailers, and some of them were homemade trailers because, you know, a lot of people, everybody wanted their family there, and that was the only way they could have their family there because they were just building Richland, you know, and so there wasn't any housing there at that time.
These tiny trailers provided the only equivalent of normal family life in the construction camp. Families who lived in the trailers had the reputation of being the most stable in camp. Other camp occupants seemed to line up for their final paycheck every time the wind blew. The conditions were demoralizing: scorching heat, blowing dust, and long and arduous work hours. But the workers knew they were there for a purpose. It was a project to help win the war. Even though only a tiny select few knew what they were actually building at this top secret government project. The Hanford camp was a place kept so secret that even the amount of beer consumed by its residents couldn't be disclosed for security reasons. Speculations abound, as most deduced it was a poisonous gas plant or perhaps a sandpaper factory, since it seemed sand was in abundance.
One thing that we all had in common at Hanford, it was drilled into us from day one, was security.
Oh, yeah.
And everywhere you turned, they'd have different logos and signs. And we didn't know what was going on, but we were warned not to talk about it. If anybody asks you, what do you do at Hanford? Well, I don't know, I just work.
Nobody knew what to say anyway because it was so hush.
No one
Nobody
knew.
knew.
It was just such a different thing. Of course, I'd come from Tacoma, and it's crowded in Tacoma, but then there was streets and sidewalks and everything, and there wasn't in Hanford. They had some boardwalks down, like in front of the stores, but there wasn't sidewalks. And the buses ran all the time. The buses kind of ran in a circle all the time, and the trailer camp was on one side, the barracks were over on the other side. And then sort of in between was where the commissary was. Well, we all wondered what we were doing, but we were told by the government, you know, this is for the good of the country, and we were all for the good of the country, you know, and so we were willing to do it.
The trailer park itself was set up as a fully functional city. At its peak, it boasted more than 13,000 residents. Each camper was provided a 40-foot by 40-foot or, depending upon location, a 25-foot by 40-foot lot. Each lot was equipped with a water faucet, a wooden canopy to help curb the heat, a sewer line to dispose of wastewater, and one electrical connection. A modern bathhouse containing men's and women's sections was available for every 30 trailers. These were equipped with lavatories, toilets, shower rooms, and a laundry room with 4 washtubs. The rooms were in constant use and became the social gathering place for residents. Since trailers were too small for entertaining, block parties were held in the laundry rooms, or electric washers served as tables for potluck dishes.
It was like living in a big walk-in closet. I converted a bedroom to a closet in my house. And I've got California closet shelves up one side for shoes and all that stuff. And I've got more room in there, I think, than we had in that trailer. I kid you not.
The social life was at the washroom. That's where the bulletin board was, and it was just the only place there was to hang out for the kids, especially. You know, my sister, that was the one thing my sister and brother both mentioned, was that they hung out at the washroom. And not to wash, it was just to hang out. There was some place that was covered, you know, that you could get in out of the wind and rain and so forth.
The trailer people, I think, adapted to life around here really easy. I'm not really sure why, but I think they did better than the other people that moved into a house right away. It was really tough on women around here. It was real hot, and there wasn't air conditioning in those days. So it was generally the woman's idea to move out of town. In a lot of cases, the men were willing to put up with the misery because the money was good. But some of the life was so tough that the women, they didn't want to put up with it. And so, if you want to be married with me, we're leaving right now. So.
People came from every state in search of work. Most were unprepared for the desert conditions, for the secrecy, the lines, the heat and dust made family life far from the ordinary. A walk through the streets read like a history lesson. Streets were named for U.S. generals, including Doolittle and Eisenhower, and places and names in the news, such as Baton and Guadalcanal. 2 grocery stores, 4 ice houses, a lumber yard, 2 automobile service stations, an electrical fixing shop, and even a dog pound were set up to service this trailer city. A schoolhouse and gymnasium for children up to 8th grade were located in the main camp area. High school students were furnished free bus transportation to neighboring Richland. All needs were factored in, including 24-hour patrol duty, public health services, fire protection rights, surface streets, 24-hour cafeterias, and weekly entertainment. All part of the critical morale effort, as worker turnover was constant.
Well, it was interesting. And then we kept saying, well, we're not going to be here very long, and this will be fine. But it was kind of fun, really. Everybody was in the same boat.
You develop routines and that were beneficial to the family. And you were responsible to do certain things, and you just did them, and that made life easy for everybody. To give you an example of what I'm talking about is, they used to have what they called the porcelain bucket brigade, and that was a chamber pot. So none of the trailers had bathrooms, and even if they did, they had no hookup for the bathroom. They did have a hookup for your sink to take gray water, but they had nothing for sanitary. So you had to utilize the washrooms where the bathroom facilities were located. And so in the morning, you would see all the ladies headed for the wash house with this porcelain bucket to dump it and wash it out and bring it back to the trailer. Well, that was, in the early days, that was only women did that. Then finally, I don't know, somebody spotted a man doing one, and pretty soon the wives were beating on their husbands, so then it became anybody's job. And then it finally got down to us kids were doing it. And so in the morning, that was my brother and I's job too. One of us had to take the porcelain pot over and dump it and wash it out and bring it back.
Well, I suppose we had to get up early and have breakfast, because then my brother and sister took the bus to school in Richland, and it was 26 miles round trip to school in Richland, and they were both still in school. I was out of school, but they were both still in school. And of course then my mom and I would do the washing and go and do the shopping and do the standing in line bit. One of us would stand in one line and one another line, and so that we could get it done faster.
Men would line up for a city block, standing in line to get to the drugstore, and I think we had about 20, maybe 20 seats. And it was a long
bar.
Long bar. You call it, is that a bar?
I
Anyway,
guess it was
about 20,
counter.
maybe more. And then they'd stand behind a seat and be 14, 15 people deep. So there was 300 people there waiting to get a dish of ice cream at one time.
A 1,000 new faces show up every day. Over half take one look, then go on their way. From 1 to 2 weeks is the average we know. The weak ones turn chicken, the strong make the dough. A transfusion of dust about twice a day drives all honest thoughts of staying away. You spend a hard day in clearing your slate. You cuss and you damn, then terminate.
Trailerites took great pride in their tiny lots. Seeds and hoses were provided to tie down the desert soil with gardens and flowers. Many adorned their lots with picket fences and rock pathways. trailers were too small and too hot for long periods of occupancy. Residents spilled into the streets to discuss the day's events with neighbors, while carefully choosing their words, since you never know who may be listening. Children found ways to entertain themselves. Many young entrepreneurs shined shoes or sold soda pop to thirsty workers as they left their shifts.
And they did it right where the guys got off the buses and sold these cold pops just as fast as they could. We had stacks and stacks of Coke bottles empty, and they'd load them up and take them back and get more. And it was constant, almost, every day. And every day these kids were, I don't know what they charged, but it was like double what it should have been at that time, or maybe triple.
And I delivered papers into the trailers, and then I gave that up, and I took a job selling papers in the mess hall. And that was really a lucrative job, or I thought it was. I was just a kid, but newspapers in those days were only nickel a piece, and almost every worker gave me at least a dime. And a few people made a deal with me ahead of time that they said, "You always have a paper for me to sit down at the table and read while I eat. If you do that, I'll give you a quarter every day." And so I made a quarter off the paper, and a lot of those guys were really nice. They would be very careful about how they read the paper. They would carefully read it, and they would put it back together, and then on their way out, they would give it back to me, and then I'd resell it.
Food was probably one of the largest morale boosters, and food was plentiful. 8 24-hour mess halls were open for camp and construction residents. 25 million meals were served through these mess halls, with the equivalency of 50 tons of food per meal. Entertainment was always available. A movie house ran 24 hours a day, and top-name bands such as Kay Kaiser performed regularly. Entertainers were generally brought in and out of the camp at night, so they didn't get much of an idea of the kind of place they had visited and its location. A baseball field, skating rink, billiard room, dance hall, and library were available to keep the residents' minds occupied on recreation, and not on the concrete structures that were rising quickly above the desert landscape.
They provided a lot of inducement to get people to come here.
Because they didn't want people to leave. Because I know my husband said that he wanted to leave a lot of times before he met me because he just got so lonesome.
They realized after they got started in construction, they were losing a lot of people, leaving again. I guess the estimate is something like 151,000 people cycled through the place. And so they realized it was a valued added expenditure to build the auditorium and build the theater, so they would have people stay long enough to finish the place.
Oh, everybody had the same thing. Everybody came from somewhere. And the first thing you always ask was kind of like everybody does today. Well, where are you from? Like, nobody was ever from here.
You had to meet people, and of course everybody else was in the same boat, because everybody else was coming from somewhere. And there was a few people that were home that grew up in the state of Washington, but not very many.
Secrecy reigned supreme. All mail and phone transmissions in and out of the camp were monitored. Supervisors stressed to workers the importance of their mission while not knowing themselves what the mission was. But the workers kept coming, the camp kept growing, and the lines never seemed to stop. By February 1945, when main construction was completed, over 250,000 people had made their way through the gates of Hanford. Most packed up and moved out of state. The workers that were to remain were relocated in the government-built town of Richland. The trailers scattered and the bulldozers returned to hide the remnants of what had been in the desert sand.
By February 22nd of 45, the camp was, I can't say abandoned, they moved everyone out. That coincided with the F reactor, which was 7 miles up the river, going critical. And they had a safety law there that nobody could live that close to an active reactor. So at that point, the construction actually was winding down, and they moved people into Richland, or people just moved on to other jobs.
By the time we left, it was getting pretty well, the camp was pretty well emptied out. and there really weren't too many trailers. We were virtually some of the very last ones there. I thought it was so big I had a boyfriend. And it was so sad that day. It was on a Sunday, and his folks pulled out before we did. I was brokenhearted. I can remember that day so well.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy.
We have used it in order to shorten the agony of war, in order to save the lives of thousands and thousands of young Americans.
On August 9, 1945, Hanford's contribution to the war effort became apparent when newspapers announced the bombing of Nagasaki, Japan. Only 3 days earlier, the devastation of Hiroshima revealed the nuclear secret to the world. Reporters quickly flocked to Hanford to get a glimpse of this secret camp. But beyond the barricaded area were nothing more than a few guards, a fire protection crew, and some wandering goats that had been left behind by a trailer resident.
One of the things I have a great appreciation for out there is that you were basically looking at people who were past a draft age, so they were middle-aged, and they were doers. They really did a lot of stuff with what they had, and that, when you think about it, you can really get into that. It's really kind of a tribute to those people, what they did.
'Twas once that I was happy, my life was filled with cheer. I never had seen Hanford till the patrol brought me here. I heard brags about her beauty, pretty girls, and big strong men, rolling plains and majestic mountains, just heaven from end to end. The one thing that is certain, of this there is no denying, the guy that started that noise did a hell of a lot of lying. Deep in the heart of Hanford, there is sand in all we eat. Girls are all bow-legged, the boys all have flat feet. No longer are we religious, we drink, we fight, we curse. No worry about going to hell, it can't be any worse. Still there was no one to blame but me, the patrol never forgot it. I asked for foreign duty. Believe me, I got it.
Camp Hanford itself may have vanished into history, but its mission lived on. Nuclear power was real, and Hanford became even more important to the security of our nation. Beginning in 1947, and for 11 years that followed, the U.S. government invested more than $1 billion in new construction projects at the Hanford Works project.
From 45, 46, 47, things kind of sat out there. At one of the reports I've read, they said there was a top secret report they'd given to Truman that in 1946 we didn't have enough pieces to have a functioning nuclear weapon. And so it had kind of all been allowed to languish, and when the Russians set off the bomb, that was kind of the call.
An area was needed to house new construction workers. With safety and security reasons making the use of the old Camp Hanford unacceptable, a new location was sought. The small town of Richland was quickly filling up with alphabet-numbered homes, but the need for temporary workers surpassed the pace of construction. A new trailer camp was proposed just 5 miles north of Richland. Unlike the secret Hanford camp, progress of the North Richland camp was announced in full detail by Richland's local newspaper. By January 1948, it was estimated that the camp would house 25,000 people. 10,000 of those would be trailers.
There was a little difference in Camp Hanford attitude versus North Richland. During the Second World War, jobs became pretty plentiful, so it was, you could kind of write your own ticket in a lot of ways. And so these people, some of the people were a little picky. The people that came here that lived in North Richland, they were darn glad that they had jobs. I can remember a guy telling my dad, when they were talking about being laid off, my dad said something to me, he said, "Are you going to leave this area? Go back to Arkansas?" He says, "No, I'm not going back to Arkansas." He says, "This is the best job I ever had." And he said, "I'm staying right here."
The layout of the camp mirrored its predecessor, with all utilities and amenities provided for $4.20 per week. Most of the trailer occupants made the best of their situation while they waited for a home to become available in nearby Richland. Yards, flowers, and painted fences decorated the newly established camp.
The people in Richland, they looked down their nose at the people in North Richland because they were construction workers. They looked at them as basically gypsies, things like that. But the vast majority of the people who were out there were family people. They were trying to make a living. They were trying to support their family. They wanted the best for their family just like anybody else. And actually, probably more of those people stayed around and actually took over Richland eventually than the people that moved into Richland in the very beginning.
In June 1955, the Richland Villager announced that the North Richland camp would cease to exist and would be turned over to the U.S. Army. The tiny government town of Richland was now a bustling metropolis of nearly 28,000 residents. A modern city had emerged. Tree-lined streets and identical houses lined the once barren desert. Only a few remnants of its past reminded residents of how far they had come. Richland had much to be proud of. Its contributions to the war effort would live on in the history books, while the memory of trailer life could be summed up by a popular saying, "Remember Pearl Harbor, for you can never forget Hanford."
Far over the mountains my pathway did lead. For days I was hauled by a great iron steed. A short run by bus, and my trip was complete. I landed in Hanford town, all quiet and neat. The barracks enclosed in a wire-fenced lot, a small room with its dresser and cot. With drink, fights, and gambling, and prayers mighty few, this boom town of Hanford was sure something new. People from all walks and stations of life, the unmarried young, the aged husband and wife, the lean suntown farmer from Arkansas, the preacher and lawyer from old Iowa, the godly and wicked and all in between, coming by car, bus, and trailer are seen. The white, the red, black, and brown. These are the people who make up Hanford town. Line up at morning, at noon, and at night. Line up in front, and to left and to right. Line up for paychecks and line up for meals. Line up till you're so tired you rock on your heels. Loneliness, homesickness, worries, and cares drowns in a flood of John Barleycorn's wares. The whiskey and gin and rum bottles clink at 20 a quart or $1 a drink. Flowing bowls bring them an evening of peace, watched by the vigilant DuPont police. Back to the barracks and into a bed, or flop in the gutter and lies as if dead. Off to the job ere the sun's on its way, eating undercooked grub every day. Sex and lovemaking each turn of the street, labor and toil in the cold and the heat. Blizzards and sandstorms and blisters and strains, sage-covered hills and the parched desert's plains. Look them all over and you'll wonder why these old Hanford boomers.
To better serve Richland residents and in response to the continued growth of our city, Richland Curbside Collection schedule dates change effective January 2021. Garbage and yard collection will be weekly and recycling collection will rotate every other week based on service address location. To view an interactive map of collection schedules, go to the city's website and click on the Solid Waste Collection Calendar. Then click on Interactive Collection Map. Be sure to click OK on Terms of Use. Then enter your address in the upper left corner and hit Return. From here, you will find a description of your address and garbage, yard waste, and recycling days. Recycling is divided between A and B zones. Return to the landing page to view the curbside recycling calendar. This calendar will show you which recycling week you are assigned. For other questions about Richland's solid waste utility, visit the city's website or call
It stands alone among the sagebrush and the sand, like a fortress against the elements. Its windowless concrete walls reach upward into the desert sky. It was the first, one of 3 built during the war, and one of 9 eventually constructed along a 50-kilometer stretch of the Columbia River known as Hanford. It was referred to as the Pile by its workers and was given an innocuous title of 105B, or simply B. But on September 26, 1944, a new science was proven. The world changed, and the atomic era began. It was August 1939, and tensions throughout the world provoked renowned scientist and physicist Albert Einstein to draft a letter to President Roosevelt, informing him of the work being done by Enrico Fermi and Leo Szilard on converting energy from the element uranium. He was convinced that the Germans were working on this same development, and if they discovered how to harness this power first, then the stability of the world was at stake. This new phenomenon could lead to the construction of bombs, he wrote, and it is conceivable, though much less certain, that extremely powerful bombs of a new type may be constructed. From this short letter rose the largest secret war construction project ever. Given the code name Manhattan Project, it would span multiple locations throughout the U.S., cost over $20 billion, employ hundreds of thousands of construction workers, all sworn to secrecy, displace families and communities, and create an environmental cleanup legacy that is still prevalent today. All with only one purpose in mind: to create an atomic bomb. General Leslie R. Groves from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was assigned to lead the Manhattan Project. At first he declined, wanting to serve his country overseas in the oncoming war. But when told his efforts would help end the war, and perhaps all wars, he reluctantly agreed. Only weeks earlier, on December 2, 1942, scientists led by Fermi and Szilard at the metallurgical labs of the University of Chicago had sustained the first controllable nuclear reaction. It was this reaction that would transform the metal uranium into a new radioactive substance called plutonium. E.I. DuPont Company was chosen as the primary construction company. They had experience in explosives and new technologies, and General Groves was impressed with their management style. When Groves stood before DuPont's board of directors to present what they would be helping the government build, he had the information laid out in front of them with the pages turned down. He informed them that they would be responsible for the most vital and secretive war effort our country has ever known. All board members unanimously agreed, without once turning over the papers to see what they had agreed to. In the end, they would build and operate the necessary structures for all costs, plus $1. "33-year-old Army Corps of Engineers Lieutenant Colonel Franklin T. Matthias, who had previously assisted General Groves in the construction of the Pentagon, was chosen to find a site for the reactors and separation plants that would produce plutonium. A large supply of clean water, an abundance of electricity, a large remote tract of land, and favorable climate were the criteria needed. On December 16, 1942, Matthias found the location he was looking for. To Matthias, it was a barren landscape with limitless possibilities. But to the residents of Eastern Washington, who had just made it through the Great Depression and were looking forward to a bountiful spring, it was home. On New Year's Eve, Matthias and his team from DuPont met with General Groves to report their findings. By March 1943, 1,500 landowners found their lives turned upside down as letters of condemnation ordered them to evacuate their homes, no questions asked, and make way for a top-secret government project essential to the war effort. Residents of White Bluffs, Hanford, the town of Richland, and even a tribe of Wanapum Indians were evicted in the name of the Manhattan Project. Groves, duly impressed with his young lieutenant colonel, asked Matthias to oversee construction of the Hanford Engineer Works, also called Site W. It was determined that a temporary camp was all that was needed. The only permanent structures were to be the processing and production plants. Living quarters to house the permanent workers would be built in nearby Richland. Construction barracks were built for the men and women who streamed into Hanford with promises of high-paying wages. They were segregated by gender and race, with the women's camp under 24-hour guard. Smitten couples were reduced to holding hands between the fences. Those lucky enough to bring their home in tow or to rent one of the few government trailers available found cozy, or to most, cramped accommodations at the Hanford Trailer Park.
It was an upside-down world here during the construction of Hanford, because the physicists and the key engineers were in general very young people. Physics was a brand new science. There was no such thing as a person who'd been practicing nuclear physics or the science of this engineering for 30 years. Just didn't exist. So the experts were very young, often in their 20s. And most of the construction workers were a lot older because the draft was taking men up to the age of 38. So you had a little bit of an upside-down world where the very young were supervising the much more experienced people.
Jobs were easy to find. You'd stop, light a cigarette on a street corner and get 2 job offers.
You just had to be willing to learn and work safely. And that was all needed. They didn't have reactor operators on the circuit anywhere, so they trained you on the job.
It was a different world in the 1940s. First of all, there was abundant trust of the government. And there was a different ethic in terms of if you're assigned to do a job, you do the job, and you really don't ask any questions. And that even held true in normal industry to some extent, although it was exaggerated here. We had a situation where people were told, you're doing important war work, it's out west, and that's all we're going to tell you.
As Camp Hanford grew to over 50,000 residents, so too did the large concrete structures along the Columbia River. The basic design of B reactor was derived from the experimental reactor built at the University of Chicago, albeit with one slight modification. The test reactor at Chicago operated at a power level of 1/2 a watt. B would attain a power level of 250 million watts. B reactor's core would be built as a 3-story assembly of graphite blocks drilled through with a cylindrical lattice of channels into which would be inserted slugs of uranium metal coated with aluminum. 9 metal horizontal control rods separated the channels, and 29 vertical safety rods were available to shut the process down. When the control rods were removed, the uranium would begin a reaction and create heat. Water from the Columbia River would flow through the channels for cooling. When the slugs had been sufficiently exposed, they would be pushed out the back of the core into a cooling pool and quickly decayed to plutonium. Once cooled, the irradiated plutonium would be transferred by special water-filled rail cars to the separation plants. These plants, called canyons by the workers, because of their long, narrow shape, would use chemicals to separate the plutonium from the aluminum and other metals. Then the plutonium would continue on to final processing.
And the fact that they could take one metal and make another metal, transmutation to me, was unbelievable.
You figure the reactors are only designed for just before the end of the war. And that's all they were shooting for. And then 6 months after the Nagasaki bomb, Winston Churchill, Prime Minister of Great Britain, he made an announcement. He said, we're now in the midst of a Cold War with Russia. Well, at that point, then, hey, you know, these are no longer just a temporary reactor. These have got to keep going. And that's when they started doing all the major improvements and trying to figure out how to preserve them longer. The B reactor has a lot to say for what it has accomplished.
Since the process of producing plutonium was new and unproven, many construction techniques and procedures had to be invented as it went along. It was noted that the finished blueprints to B reactor were not even delivered to the site until 2 weeks after the reactor went critical.
You talk about having to be innovative. They had to be innovative.
First the chief operator I had when I went to work out there, went out to the reactors. And I said, "What's all these pipes?" And he said, "That's your job." He said, "A week from now, I want you to come back and tell me where that pipe came from, where it goes to, and what it did." And that was just the way they taught us. You had to teach yourself. And if there was anything there that you was wondering about, you had to go make a drawing and figure out or make a statement on what it did. And that way you'd come up with different ways to make things better.
On-the-job training was status quo, and safety was always of utmost importance. Procedures were in place for any situation. Each control rod was connected to a sensor that would trigger the reaction to shut down if a problem was detected. This shutdown was referred to as a scram.
Well, actually, that scram came from the small test reactor in Chicago. There they had one safety rod hanging up over a pulley and tied down. And the man, if they wanted to shut the reactor down, he'd take an axe and cut the wire, or cut the rope. So that was safety control rod axe man. So actually, of course, I didn't know that until later on. I was just went scram out of the reactor. We had to get out in a hurry.
The thing that becomes instilled, it's second nature, is safety. These people who designed and built those machines out there, they didn't have a model to go by. You're going to build a car, you can say, well, what did we do in 1906? What did we do in 1926? They couldn't do that out there. They started by saying, okay, we know this can be done. We're not sure how to do it, but we're going to design and we're going to make sure that there is safety to the environment, to the populace in this area, and to the people who work here. And they did.
Secrecy reigned supreme during the construction project. Groves and DuPont had developed a departmentalized procedure where workers on one part of the construction process had no knowledge or contact with any other area of the construction. It was understood: say nothing, ask nothing, and keep your job.
Well, one of the reasons that for me was, like I said, my father was here as a security patrolman, and he said, just keep your mouth shut and you'll get along good. And you'd be working with somebody one day and he wasn't there the next day, and you find out, well, he said something wrong, and he was just gone.
Well, one way that they proceeded while they were building B reactor was to have compartmentalization. In other words, if you're a person working on the graphite, that's all you're going to know about, and you're not going to know about the pipes, and you're not going to know about the electrical systems. And if you're a thermal hydraulics expert working on the water delivery system, you're not going to know about the graphite. And so they kept the work very separate, and they just had a few people. And it wasn't the construction workers. It was a few of the high-level supervisors who knew the entire scheme.
On September 26, 1944, 18 months from beginning construction, B reactor was activated. A small group of operators and scientists, led by Fermi, gathered around the control panels as theory became reality. Everything worked perfect as the power level was increased to 9 megawatts and held there. Then, to everyone's surprise, the reactivity began to slowly decrease. The reactor was shut down, tests were conducted, and a hunt for leaks proceeded. The following morning, the process was started again, and the results remained the same. For the next 2 days, this mysterious loss of power baffled all involved. Then that Friday morning, September 29th, physicist John Wheeler had solved the mystery. It was an unexpected byproduct known as xenon, which was absorbing neutrons and spoiling the reaction. The original design of the reactor pile, devised at Chicago, called for 1,500 parallel channels be made for slug insertion, and DuPont was assured that this was all that was needed. DuPont's engineers, through conservatism or perhaps wariness of Met Lab's overconfidence, had added 504 extra channels to the design. The solution was simple: load more slugs into the extra channels and increase the reactivity to override the xenon effect. The fix worked, and atomic history was made.
Well, B-reactor was the perfect marriage of science and engineering, because pure science was how does the physics reaction work, but engineering was how do you build a machine that can encompass this reaction, encase it, provide a safe atmosphere for it to operate in. And so the engineers at the DuPont Corporation added some extra tubes to the original design that the scientists had put forth. And the scientists were sort of contemptuous and said, we don't need those. We've told you how many we need, and that's all we need. And the engineers said, well, if you fail, who's going to take the blame? And so at that point, the scientists said, okay, put in some extra tubes, do what you want, sort of thinking they will never be needed. They were needed. And so that's why the machine, B-reactor, is just as much a product of engineering as a product of science.
On November 24th, 1944, B-reactor's first irradiated slugs were pushed into the cooling pool. By then, the Hanford Engineer Works was the third largest city in the state of Washington. A thriving society of 40,000 employees quartered in barracks, the world's largest trailer court with 13,000 residents, 8 mess halls, each the size of a football field, 2 grocery stores, 4 ice houses, a lumber yard, 2 automobile service stations, an electrical fix-it shop, and even a dog pound were set up to service this temporary city. A schoolhouse and gymnasium for children up to the 8th grade were located in the main camp area. High school students were furnished free bus transportation to neighboring Richland. All needs were factored in, including 24-hour patrol duty, public health services, fire protection rights, surface streets, 24-hour cafeterias, and weekly entertainment. All part of the critical morale effort as worker turnover was constant. People came from every state in search of work. Most were unprepared for the desert conditions, for the secrecy, the lines, the heat, and the dust made family life far from ordinary.
I'm reminded of the fact that the only way a man could get in the gate, that the fence that surrounded that facility, women's barracks and the women's rec hall, was to be in the company of a woman. You couldn't get in the women's rec hall alone. You couldn't say, oh, well, my date's waiting for me in there. She comes out here and takes you by the hand and leads you in there. That's okay, but not otherwise.
It was actually, it was quite an experience out at Hanford. They had big restaurant that eating places that would seat 2,000 people. We'd go in there and sit down, and they would bring food to us, and if we finished cleaning up one dish, we'd raise it in the air, and they'd come and bring us another one.
On February 1st, 1945, Mathias himself delivered the first shipment of processed plutonium to the test lab in Los Alamos, New Mexico. The container was about a 2-foot cube wrapped in paper and secured tightly with ropes. He was driven to Portland and went by train to Los Angeles, where he met a courier who would deliver the product to Los Alamos.
Well, when Colonel Mathias met this other man at Los Angeles, of course the other man did not know what he was carrying, because that was part of wartime secrecy and nobody was supposed to know all the parts. Well, Mathias knew that this was extremely dangerous and expensive and valuable material. So he asked the other fellow if he had booked a sleeping booth in the train, and the man said, no, I'm just going to kind of sleep sitting up in my seat. And Matthias said, well, you might want to get a sleeping booth with a locking door because the product you're carrying is worth $350 million. Well, in those days, that was a huge amount of money. That's about $4 billion today. And so it was shockingly huge to that man. He'd never heard of anything in his life that cost that much. And Matthias was, of course, referring to the cost of the whole Hanford endeavor.
The science had been proven successful. Uranium had been transformed into plutonium, a highly reactive and volatile material. But would an implosion of an atomic fission bomb actually work? All that theory was realized on July 26, 1945, when product generated at Hanford was used for the Trinity test in a remote section of the Alamogordo Air Base in New Mexico. For the first time in history, there was a nuclear explosion. "14 days later, on August 9, 1945, Hanford and B reactor would forever be part of history when Nagasaki was bombed with the Fat Man bomb charged with Hanford plutonium, an explosion that was equal to 22,000 tons of TNT. The Japanese surrendered unconditionally 5 days later. World War II, the war to end all wars, was over. B reactor continued on producing plutonium to fuel the burgeoning U.S. nuclear arsenal as America became involved in a new kind of war, the Cold War. On February 13, 1968, B reactor shut down for good. Over the life of B, further testing, improvements, and innovation were commonplace. Its existence not only changed the way societies conduct war and peace, but paved the way for the new technology of nuclear energy, science, and medicine. The American Society of Mechanical Engineers in 1976 summed up its contributions to history with the awarding of B reactor as a National Historic Engineering Landmark, calling B one of man's most brilliant, scientific, and advanced engineering achievements.
Well, when we think about preserving B reactor, we think about why would we do that, Well, think about any other great icon in American history. Think about the Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell is old and is cracked. It's not very valuable all by itself, but it symbolizes to us the fact that we're all connected, that we are a nation, that we have common goals, that there are things we will fight for. The same thing is true when you visit Appomattox Courthouse, where the Civil War ended, or you visit the White House, or you visit the bridge at Lexington and Concord, where the American Revolution essentially began. We go there because we want to be in the presence of something that tells us more about who we are, who dreamed something there, who dared, who presumed, who failed, who faced loss, who constructed. And we have to do that because that makes us a people, that weaves us together as a nation. B reactor is a voice for all those things. B reactor tells us something about who we are, what we're willing to do, what we're capable of, and also tells us something about loss, about waste in the Columbia River, about loss of life. It has a lot of lessons to teach. So whether people are in favor of the reactor, think the reactor was a good thing to build, or they think it was a terrible thing to build and it never should have been built, I think all people will agree it should be preserved, because if it's not preserved, we won't debate it, we won't learn its lessons, and its voice will be silent.
Dr. Phillips, and this is Goose Ridge Estates Winery in Richland, Washington. This tasting room has been here for over 20 years. The Monson family is a big part of the community, and they have, this whole winery is an estate winery, meaning it's family owned. There's 2,200 acres of grapes that help produce the wine that we drink in this room. We've decided to put up some outdoor tents to enhance everybody's experience here. And what we're doing with those is a preset experience through Friday through Sunday. We are open 7 days a week, and on the weekends we're doing some brunch specials in the morning, some mimosas, and during the weekdays we have some charcuterie plates and warm bread and different things that kind of change throughout the week for you. So we want our customers to stay safe during COVID, and so we have hand sanitizer for you on the tables, also at the entrance of our building, and we spray down the tables after every use, and our employees are sanitizing consistently as well. I would say a tasting room favorite is our Vireo. It's a blend. It's also our owner's favorite wine. My personal favorite is our Cabernet Sauvignon. It's incredible. It's smelling like blackberry cobbler, and you should come try it. We hope you come and visit us. We've got patio seating, we've got tents, we've got lots of wine and great food, and we're looking forward to seeing you.
The City of Richland strives to make information about your municipal government accessible. Most information you seek is available from the city's website. This includes park and recreation related activities. To start, go to the city's website and click on Departments, then Parks and Recreation. Or go directly to the parks pages at richlandparksandrec.com. From this page, click on E-Activity Guide. The guide is browser-based. No plugins or special software is required. Here you can find out about the latest class or event, or check out the amenities that each of our parks offers. With a click of a mouse, you can get information about a specific class or sign up for activities. Simply click on the activity and add the class or event to your shopping cart. You will need to log in to your account prior to registering. If you do not have an account, you can create an account online. Because the e-activity guide is interactive, you can also find links to a variety of groups and organizations that provide added recreational opportunities, or link to Parks and Recreation Facebook pages. Additional information about Richland Parks and Recreation is available from the parks pages at richlandparksandrec.com.
One wonders if the winds were blowing the day Judge Cornelius Hanford platted the town that would bear his name. Did he give much consideration to the future of this little farming community nestled in the dry and open environment of the Columbia Basin? Or was it just another source of customers for his Hanford Irrigation and Power Company? How could he have known that this closely knit community would rise to 51,000 people and then, only 18 months later, become an abandoned remnant of what was? Prior to 1942, the small towns of Hanford, White Bluffs, and Richland Village found their prosperity in the rich volcanic soils of the Columbia Basin. Orchards and farms stretched along the shores of the Columbia River. Family life was securely rooted within the communities.
Wonderful. I couldn't think of a greater place to grow up, and all my friends say the same thing. We swam, we rode horseback, we climbed Mount Gable.
And horseback riding, jackrabbit hunting, and, you know, just normal things that kids do when they're that young. Our parents would take us to the Grange dances on the weekends, and of course they played cards, and, you know, they always took their children with them. They didn't leave them home. Babysitters were out of the question.
We just had fun. We didn't have money, and of course we lived through the Depression in the 1930s, and we were just getting out of the throes of the Depression. When the government came in and took our land, things would have been different.
But the winds of change were on the horizon. It was December 2nd, 1942. Only a year earlier, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor had plunged the United States into war. An elite group of scientists embarked on a secret mission called the Manhattan Project, a project to construct the world's first nuclear bomb. In order to make plutonium for the weapon, the government needed an isolated location, vast amounts of land, and a clean, abundant supply of water. When Lieutenant Colonel Franklin Matthias flew over the Columbia Basin, he found what he was looking for.
Back in Chicago, they had the first chain reaction, and Fermi was there, and 3 months and 4 days later they were in our town of Hanford, and we were told we had to leave. Of course, they had come out there unknown to a lot of us. The government men that came out, we didn't see them, and I kept thinking, oh heavens, they've discovered oil or uranium or something in our back of our place west of our ranch, because they were digging, and we thought, oh heavens, we'll be rich yet. But we didn't know that this was all transpiring.
Well, the people they just had to leave. Some were offered jobs, and some of the personal accounts are that they felt guilty when they accepted a job, because there was a lot of very real antagonism, and it still remains. And people I've talked to today, whose parents were there and they were high school students at the time, still have a resentment against the way they were treated.
We all lost each other. Basically, we lost each other. And then, of course, all the young men, you know, went into the service.
There's some accounts that are rather, I guess we would say in retrospect, a bit irritating, that there was nothing there, just a few farmers, one church, and that sort of thing. That's not true. There were farmers just beginning to get on their feet, as a lot of farmers were at that time, and their whole life was completely disrupted.
Do I call it home? Well, yes, I think so. I think so.
The decision was made. The Columbia Basin would be a vital part of the war effort. Families moved out and the government moved in. As Camp Hanford grew from the abandoned towns, trailers came by the thousands, and tar paper barracks rose overnight to house construction workers recruited from around the nation.
But they couldn't tell us anything about Hanford. Nobody knew anything about it, except that it was a war project.
When we arrived here, something like 1 a.m., it was a long train, and so they stopped and we all had to get off. And they were there to meet us, and they're running all through all these crowds getting off of the train saying, operations or construction, operation or construction. I mean, you know, no one had that name, but it sounded like it.
There was 3 of us drove from Helena, Montana in a car, and we said if they'll hire all 3 of us, we're going to stay. Otherwise, we'll get back in the car and drive home. Well, they wanted people real bad, so they hired all 3 of us.
Dad was making big money, but missing the family, and thought he saw a future in the Northwest. We received the directions: sell the farm, buy a trailer house, and come to Washington. We left Springfield, Missouri, driving a 1937 Pontiac 4-door sedan and pulling a 25-foot American trailer house. We had 13 flat tires between Springfield and Cheyenne, Wyoming. When we reached Cheyenne, Mom went to the local ration board to see about some decent tires. When they heard that we were on our way to Hanford, we were immediately authorized to purchase 4 new Grade A tires. All you could buy otherwise were 2-ply recaps. Those new tires saw us safely to Hanford. Our trailer had a sign on it that read, "Hanford or Bust." Recollections from Robert Harmon.
They were having major problems keeping employees, particularly women employees. It was such a horrible place to live. And no one would stay. And they had invested a great deal of money to hire people on the East Coast or anywhere they could find them to come out here. And people thought they were going to the great green Northwest. And they came here and found desert and dirt and dust and heat. It was hot. It was over 100 degrees. There was no air conditioning. And the wind blew and the dirt blew because they had a lot of land torn up.
The stories are that a lot of people came and rode a bus to the site and got on the same bus going back to Pasco and didn't stay. Something over 120,000 people passed through the area as part of the construction.
We were met by the greeters of DuPont, which they had at the station, and they brought us over here then in a cattle car.
Well, transportation from Richland to Hanford was only in an old bus, or what we used to call a cattle car. And the one I went up in was a cattle car. Now, a cattle car is just like an enormous bus, except the seats are all run on the exterior, everybody's facing the center. But they call them a cattle car.
And my mother said, "You must come up here and work this summer." And I said, "Why? I already have a summer job here." "No, you must come up from Corvallis and have this once-in-a-lifetime experience." Thank goodness it was only once.
I was in the barracks, but the barracks were so small, it was like being in a closet.
Primitive. The women's barracks were just rattly barns and no air conditioning, of course. If you wanted some air, you opened the window and let the wind and the dirt and everything blow in.
Well, the ads in the National Geographic prior 1940 magazines, National Geographic magazine prior to 1940, have ads for the type of trailers that they were living in out there. They were advertised, I think it was Schultz trailers, they were advertised for weekend use. They were not expected to live in for long term. Very thin walls, little or no insulation, no indoor water in most of them.
And you were making this great money. And that's why, and the only reason people stayed here, because they were making money. There was no place to spend it, so I guess the bank did pretty well.
The lack of amenities abound, but it was to be the Columbia Basin environment that would cause the growing population the most trauma.
The wind blew so much around here, and it was so aggravating for the people in construction out working, because the sand and dirt was blowing all over them while they were trying to do a job. But they got to calling those winds then termination winds. And some of the construction people would say, well, it was E.I. DuPont, but from now on, It's just E DuPont because I is leaving.
On Fridays when the wind blew, we had we had all these resignations, so we were busy getting their checks and whatever else ready for them so they could take off as fast as they could get out of there. And that would have been nice. I lots of times thought I might do that, but then my husband didn't want to, so I didn't either.
Before streets, grass, or trees, when the termination winds would blow, my mother served our meals in the pots with the lids on and our plates turned upside down. After saying grace, we would then turn the plates over when it came your turn to dish up. There was no need for pepper because you never knew how much to put on with all that dirt moving through the house. Recollections from Jim Brasina.
Our first house was a single-bedroom prefab. And boy, it was really something. No lawn, no nothing, crack under the door about a half-inch wide and so forth. But we survived it rather nicely.
Everybody had a lettered house. I think ours was a Y, one of the ranch houses. There were 1,000 of them, all alike. And if you were coming home late at night, you wanted to be sure you got the right one.
As the first houses were built in Richland, the B houses and F houses were all the same, with the same furniture for each house. We were assigned the first house on Farrow Lane. There were 2 B houses side by side. My dad worked with a man who lived in the second B house on the same side we lived in. About a week after we moved in, my mom heard the front door close and the closet opened for someone to hang up a jacket. She thought it was my dad, and they were carrying on a conversation with yes and no answers. She went into the living room to give my dad a kiss, and it was the neighbor man. For 2 months he repeated coming into our house, and only recognized he was in the wrong house when one of us appeared. Plants were hard to come by then, and Mother arranged to find a flower pot and put it on the front step. This let him know he was at the wrong house. Recollections by Geneva Hammer.
It was a benevolent despotism on the part of the government. They did everything for you, but they required that you toe the line and do the things that they wanted. And it's true, if you wanted to, they would come out and change a light bulb for you, but people didn't ask for that kind of service. But they did maintain everything. They painted the houses. They took care of everything.
In the spring of 1944, Camp Hanford was abandoned as the project went critical. The once sleepy community of Richland Village had now transformed into the 4th largest city in the state. The government-built houses, shops, and offices lined the once barren landscape. But life in the community was far from ordinary as the code of silence echoed through the town.
People today do not understand the war feeling, the realization that something going on in Hanford was really significant, and there was a strong feeling that we were the workers back home to help the whole situation along. And it was a pretty serious thing. We never talked about that at all, and I don't think people quite understand that, but this was the war effort.
If you didn't have to say anything, you didn't. You know, it was just a matter of a way of life.
The real emphasis was keep your mouth shut and don't talk about what you do.
Secrecy was accepted, and that's just the way it was.
One of my first assignments was lecturing to employees entering the first secured reactor area on the need to keep mum about the work on this vital secret defense work. I, of course, had no idea what the secret was that I was admonishing them to keep. Recollections from George Barr.
And of course, you'd go to a movie, there would be a big sign on the screen, silence means security.
We didn't know what to talk about. We didn't know what we were doing. Had no clues what we were doing, except there was an enormous lot of concrete being poured.
Matter of fact, there's a lot of rumors what was made at the plant. And this is a little sidelight. Apparently there was a show and tell in one of the schools, and one of the kids said, I know what they're making at Hanford. And she said, what are they making? She said, toilet paper. And she says, how do you know that? He says, my dad brings home 2 rolls of toilet paper in his lunch bucket every day.
I remember going to school at the old Hanford School on half-day shifts because there were too many students and lack of space and teachers. And the day our teacher promised no tests if we would just help her find her lost security badge. Recollections by Virginia Poe Morrison.
We didn't talk about reactors, we talked about a pile or the unit.
And we didn't talk about plutonium, we talked about the product. Everything had a code name. The separations activities carried out in the 200 areas. And this is the way the whole plant was set up.
Putting the test reactor in the 305 building required a lot of planning, not only in the design but also the procurement of the fuel rods. It was necessary to maintain the secrecy of the contents of the shipments. Special railroad cars were designed with false floorboards. The rods were stowed under the false floor, and the floor was covered with hay and loaded with horses. When the train arrived at the 300 area, the cars were opened and the horses released. Then, under the security of night, a crew would carefully remove the rods. Because of the massive area of the Hanford project, the arrival of horses did not create any particular interest. It was an accepted fact that the government does strange things, and perhaps because of the known shortage of beef, the government was going to graze the horses on the land and build a slaughtering plant next to the ice house at the original Hanford town site. Recollections by Fran Oskowicz.
Nowadays, it's a different story. We could never, ever have accomplished what they did at that time, given the restrictions we have now. It never would have happened. Not the way it did at the 1943, 1945.
In the darkness of a desert morning, on July 16, 1945, the atomic age is born. Thunderbolt gives a preview of its destructive force.
Great patriotism, just tremendous patriotism, because they said it's going to help the war effort.
But no, we won the war, and believe me, if we had not developed this bomb ourselves, we would never know free land that we've known, and I think all young people should realize that.
And I think people were much more trusting of the government back then than they do now. It was, you felt that they were trying to do the right thing, and that we were working towards a good end.
The war to end all wars was over. What to do with this desert community that had been created? Nuclear technology was now real. With continued tensions throughout the world and a country looking for new forms of power generation, Hanford would live on. Homes were lost and families displaced, but history had been written, and the once quiet Columbia Basin would never be the same.
You had no family here, so your friends were sort of your family. I know my son has said that many times. There were some of our friends whose children he grew up with, and he feels closer to them than he does any cousins.
And I said after I got here and got acclimated to the sandstorms and the wind and so forth, I said, well, maybe 5 years. And 54 years later, I'm still here.
We decided we'd stay for 6 months. We didn't say which 6, we're still here. But it's different, and it's a lovely place to live.
We were a very, very patriotic group of people, but it's a shame that the one sad thing is we had to give our land up. Somebody had to do that. So if it had not been our group, it would have been another town that would have been displaced, and the people would have gone through what we did. But the really sad part of the entire takeover was the fact that the pay wasn't ample to even go any place and buy anything else. My parents had to pay double the price for 2 acres and a little box-like house, no trees, 2 little tiny shrubs. I cried when I saw it. I just couldn't believe that, and they moved into Richland, as I mentioned before. But no, and we're still patriotic. We see a flag go by, we stand up. And I keep telling my grandchildren how important this is. And my children, and I'm sure that they realize. I'm proud of that flag.
The day we came to Hanford town, the winds that blew a prefab down. We'll have those moments to remember. The pebbly walks, the blistering sun, the life in town was not all fun. We'll have those moments to remember. The wind it blew away back then, it filled our homes with dust and sand. We'll have those moments to remember. It blew so hard on one fine day, it blew my grass all far away. We'll have those moments to remember. The topsoil came, the topsoil went. It came airmail by heaven sent. We'll have those moments to remember. If we went out, we couldn't see our matching homes with no landmark trees. We'll have those moments to remember. The days did come, the days did go. Oh my, how our new town did grow. We'll have those moments to remember. Hanford workers were a mighty band. We helped build this project grand. We'll have those moments to remember. Recollections by Irene Maxwell.
Have you noticed things getting crowded lately? Washington's population is growing. By 2025, 833,000 people are expected to move to Washington State. Now, that's the equivalent of another Richland, Vancouver, Tacoma, Spokane, Bellingham, and Yakima combined, or 12 packed Seahawks stadiums. 2/3 of the state's population already live in cities, because cities are where we live, learn, work, and play. State law actually encourages growth in cities to preserve our farmlands and open spaces and to be efficient with your tax dollars. And this means that in many cities, budgets are already stretched thin, and we need to figure out how to serve our growing population. More people living and working in cities means more demand for services like parks, transportation, police, fire, water, and sewer. All these things cost money. Growth is happening. We all need to work together to plan and pay for it.
Water treatment's often a science and an art. My name is Bill Riley. I'm one of the owners of William H. Riley & Company, based in Portland, Oregon. We're the manufacturer's representative for Myox in the Pacific Northwest, and we're just really excited to be working with the city of Richland on their upgrade to the Myox system. They wanted to get away from chlorine gas, and they evaluated a number of different ways to go, and in the end selected on-site generation of hypochlorite and mixed oxidants The City of Richland's water source is the Columbia River, and it's a very high quality water, which can be difficult to treat at times. The simplicity and the reliability of the MIAC system has really dovetailed into how they operate those plants. The operators that operate and maintain the system at Richland are doing a fantastic job.
I am Pat Abraham. I am the water manager for the City of Richland. We follow the regulations of both the federal and the state laws that require clean, safe water for our citizens. Part of the requirements of our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Permit is that we have to chlorinate prior to being discharged back to the Columbia River. But it's huge that we are a good steward to our community and that we're putting back good clean water that's going to be reused downstream from where we are.
My name is Dave Trotter. I'm a plant operator on the Richland water team. Our source water is straight out of the Columbia River, and we treat it down to under 0.1 NTU for turbidity. The City of Richland's water system is fairly complex and very spread out. The operations team drives on average 80 to 100 miles a day, checking pump stations, taking samples. We have 18 reservoirs and 8 pump stations, and we sample about 28 locations for water quality. We have on-site generators that generate the sodium hypochlorite. It is controlled by our SCADA. They run 2 at a time, and they run in series and rotation. The system is really automated. It comes on demand based on tank levels. Table salt mixed with soft water is electrolyzed. The MIOX produces 0.4% sodium hypochlorite, which is very safe to handle. As an operator, the operational safety factor is very important to me. The high risks and hazards of working with chlorine gas have really been eliminated with on-site generators, not to mention the city mitigating that risk to the community.
Hi, my name is Mike Coleman. I work for the City of Richland. I'm the wastewater treatment plant mechanic. Everything that goes down your drain ends up at the wastewater treatment plant. My main goal is to try to keep the plant running as effectively and as efficiently as possible. Before we had the MIOX, we had 1-ton chlorine gas containers. Every 2 years, you'd have to tear equipment down to rebuild it because of how caustic the gas was. The same building we had the ton containers in, that's where we've put the new on-site generators. They take up a smaller footprint. They're very user-friendly. They save us a lot of time. We have 2 5,100-gallon bulk storage tanks that we fill every day. We inject that in our effluent structure, and we try to achieve and maintain a 0.35%. We really don't have any odor control now. It's pretty well balanced. It smells like you're playing in a pool. Today we're finding a more stable residual throughout the whole system that's not requiring as much effort to maintain. We have programs designed so that we can move that water and maintain that fresh chlorine residual. The on-site generation has helped us be able to dial that feed rate in. Since we've gone to on-site generation, we're a much safer organization, and we feel a much higher comfort level in what we're providing to our citizens, the safety and the impact on our environment.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N,
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I have a dream today. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
The United Nations finds itself confronted today with the gravest crisis in its existence.
It is evident now that the world entirely is at war.
Yesterday, December 7th,
now I know my
1941.
ABCs. Won't you come on home with me?
It was 1941, and the small farming community of Richland was basking in modest prosperity
A new grade school had been built and other community infrastructure improvements were underway. The town of 240 people was proud of the sacrifices it had made to survive the years of the Great Depression and was looking ahead to its continued success. But the greatest sacrifice was yet to come. World War II, the war to end all wars. Like all communities, Richland was committed to the war effort. Its young men registered for the draft. The community purchased saving stamps and war bonds. December 16, 1942, a small plane circled the skies above Richland. Its passengers, AES Hall, Gilbert Church, and Lieutenant Colonel Franklin T. Matthias surveyed the land. Only weeks earlier, the first successful test of a nuclear chain reaction had been conducted. A site for a secret war project was being selected. At that moment, Richland would change forever. Within 3 months, Richland and the surrounding communities of White Bluffs and Hanford were served papers of eviction. Residents had no choice but to abandon their homes and make way for the secret project. In its place, a government-owned community had to be assembled to support the construction and operation of a plutonium processing plant, the substance needed in the assembly of a nuclear bomb. The race was on. Time restraints were critical. E.I. DuPont, an engineering and explosives company, was selected as the prime contractor for the construction of the plant. DuPont estimated it would need housing to accommodate 6,500 employees, support personnel, and family members.
DuPont contacted Alvin Pearson, a noted Spokane architect, and he literally had 48 hours to make up his mind to provide a community of 4,000 homes. And so he came up with this unique design, giving them alphabet designation, A homes, B homes, so forth, all the way down the line. DuPont wanted to kind of offer respite. It was a very strict military atmosphere, and so they wanted a community that was totally, opposite.
Now, in the core of Richland, the part that Pearson was responsible for designing, it reflects what urban designers call communitarian values. And he set up small little neighborhoods where people could interact. You didn't have to drive a car or even have a car to interact with your neighbors and meet them at schools or in the neighborhood shopping areas. They had the large communal backyards, and so in each section of town he would put small commercial centers, usually a supermarket and a number of stores, like barbershops, beauty shops, drugstores, and the like. Were also clustered in these neighborhoods.
Homes went up quickly as DuPont constantly added to its original estimate. Ultimately, the population count would be revised to 16,000 residents. All needs were factored, including streets, sidewalks, utilities, municipal buildings, medical facilities, schools, and businesses.
That's all part of Pearson's design. He took into account the needs for medical care, fire and police protection, social and community, recreational needs. And it was a complete town. It was when he turned it over to DuPont. It was all set to go.
Each home was designed with a letter of the alphabet for easy recognition. Originally, the first homes to be constructed were the A and B duplexes. Other homes quickly followed to satisfy the expanding population needs.
Well, there were about 13 designs in World War II. About 3,700 homes were built. And out of the 13 designs, a couple were dormitories, the J and K, which were to provide accommodations for single personnel. You had the 8 ABC homes, as I like to call them, 8 different designs, and then you had the 3 prefabs, the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom designs.
There were 3 classes that were constructed in that Second World War period, and they were differentiated by size and therefore by cost. And the A's and B's are in the class 1, and the F's and H's are in class 2, and the D's and E's and G's and L's are in the 3rd class.
the so-called management, the junior executive, the management class, got a lot of the homes east of GWA, between GWA, which was the north-south arterial, which it still is today, and the Columbia River. And although Pearson's original once again, he had to compromise. Another thing he had to compromise on. He wanted a kind of a democratic mixture. He came from these planner architect school that, democracy through housing.
I think Pearson, really did succeed overall in establishing a community which had a very low social gradient. People who were at the top of the scale, the most upper echelon. Managers and scientists, were living, literally next door or around the corner to people who emptied their waste baskets and bagged their food at the supermarket.
Well, my dad came out, I imagine probably sometime in 1944, and worked as a Hanford patrolman, and lived, in the barracks at Camp Hanford. And then when the housing started to become available, he was able to get a 2-bedroom prefab. Our first sight of the prefabs was on George Washington Way as we came into town, and when my dad pointed them out to my mom, she was not too thrilled. She called them a cracker box. And he was not real pleased about that because he thought that was kind of a neat little house, and really it was. I don't think she minded the prefab once we got in. I think her first impression of those flat roofs is what struck her and made her, refer to it as a cracker box. She couldn't believe she was going to live in a cracker box.
Many more of the employees had families than was originally anticipated. As waiting lists for homes grew, single-room apartments were canceled and made room for 1,800 prefabricated homes, as overworked employees were eager for any available dwelling they could call home.
You kind of took what you could get. And then, as I remember, there was a list there where you could try to upgrade yourself if you wanted to get on that list.
We had to wait to get a house. That was very limited. First of all, we had to wait for him to get his Q clearance, and then we had to wait for the house. So it was a number of months before we could get a house and move to Richland.
I know that every Friday night we'd go down to that bulletin board that was outside of a building just off Jadwin there to see what houses were available to move into, and we never did move.
My dad came home from work at the Remington Arms when, and we were living in Boulder, Colorado, and he said, DuPont wants me to go out to Washington. My mom says, what for? And right away. And he said, well, they have a job going on out there, and Mom says, I'm not going. Dad says, well, I'm going to go, and they had given him tires and gas stamps to get out here because he wanted to drive his own car. And then we came to Richland, to our A house. This was on Casey. And my mom took one look at it and started to cry. And we got out of the car, and sand just came up, dust all over our shoes, And my mom just said, she called my dad Johnny. She was the only one. Everybody else called him John. Johnny, you've taken us to a lot of places, but this is the worst one yet.
Times were not easy for Richland's new residents. Workers put in long hours, toiling at jobs that most didn't even know the purpose for. Security was tight, and waiting for anything became just a matter of life.
We only had a few stores here on George Washington Way, as you know, and so you stood in line to buy beverages, you stood in line to get your mail, you stood in line for everything.
We accepted things in those days. It seems to be better than folks do now. And it was just a way of life. And the hell, I'd been in the service, and you spend all your time in a line in there, and most of the time you don't even want to be in it. So if you wanted to be in it, that was an improvement right there.
Security had another beneficial social effect, and if a worker was involved in a serious legal infraction, there was a risk that that worker would lose his clearance. And if you lost your clearance, you had, I think it was 5 or 7 working days, to vacate your government-owned home. And it also applied to members of your family. If they got in trouble with the law, mom or dad who held the security clearance, held the job, was also at risk for termination. So there was incentive on a number of generational fronts to behave yourself.
The world will know that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. We won the race of discovery against the Germans. We have used it in order to shorten the agony of war, in order to save the lives of thousands and thousands of young Americans.
The final realization of Richland's sacrifice to the war effort came to fruition on August 9 of 1945 as residents learned of the bombing of Nagasaki and Richland's contribution to peace. But what to do with this hidden community nestled along the Columbia River? Continued tensions throughout the world and a commitment to alternative uses of this newfound power would ensure that these homes would stand the test of time.
The next era of homes after World War II, there was about 9 designs. Were constructed, about 1,400 homes. You had the Q, R, S, and M, and they were larger homes. I think the government realized, especially with the post-World War II boom, baby boomers. You needed larger kitchens. I know with our Q house, it's a much larger kitchen than the World War II homes.
And you didn't pay for electricity, you didn't pay for water. Everything was furnished in the rent, and even the coal.
Yeah, everything was provided, and it was very inexpensive. Even for that time period. Obviously, everything was subsidized.
It wasn't your house; it belonged to the government, or at HEW, and so that was the rules. You couldn't paint on your own. You were not allowed to. You had to call them to if you wanted a paint job. One of the things that a lot of the people did is that they had cement bathtubs, and they were cement bathtubs. They were very rough and gray and unappetizing looking, so a lot of the people kind of accidentally dropped things in them to crack them so they could get a new bathtub.
When you really think about it, the houses were better than anything we had had when we came here. They were brand new, they were all electric, they were clean.
The last era of homes was called the Korean War era, and there was the C&K designs, about 140, 150 of those homes constructed, and also you had the strip apartments along GW Way, where some of them were built. These are your last, once again, the last of the government homes. You're getting into a style of definitely more modern, towards modernism. We had, at the end of the last era, between the World War II and the Korean, you had the ranch homes, and this it was a continuation from the ranch design. And once again, and there's a lot more mixture of all these homes, especially in South Richland. A lot more blue collar, designed for, the larger family. But at the same time, they were really devoid of a lot of the classical designs you saw in the World War II homes, and even some of the post-World War II, the interwar homes.
Richland was a government town, and town life was far from convenient. It was a timid cartoon character with a funny name that brought Richland's residents needed humor to the otherwise demoralizing living conditions. Dupus Boomer, created by Dick Donnell, a DuPont employee who had no previous cartooning experience, took his name from the Dupe from DuPont, the U.S. from United States, and Boomer, a nickname for workers who followed boomtown construction. Donnell's character, which appeared in the Richland Villager newspaper from 1945 until it ceased publication in 1950, helped many Richland residents see the humor in the termination winds and other pitfalls of early Richland life.
I remember I had a kitty, I had a cat that was I named it Atomic because we got him about the time that they announced the bomb. That's what had been going on. And this little black cat disappeared. And shortly after the cat disappeared, there was a Doofus Boomer cartoon in the Villager, the newspaper, I think that's what it was. And it was showing, of course, the winds, which they almost all referred to a lot of the winds. And up in the corner of this cartoon was this little black cat blowing. And we always thought, well, that's what happened to my cat, because he just plain blew away.
I'm Dave Donnell. I'm Dick Donnell's grandson. Grandfather had a very dry sense of humor. Very outgoing. He'd say something, there'd be just kind of a zinger at the end, where kind of a sarcastic zinger that'd catch you by surprise. It was the Hanford project that brought him here. Specifically what he did there, I don't know what he did. I live in a 3-bedroom prefab. There's one cartoon that he had is he bought a Christmas present for his son or something as an airplane. He made some points about the low ceilings, which is kind of weird. And I'd haul stuff in the house. And with the people that had lived here during that time, you know, they were a part of it and they could sort of relate to the different things that he drew.
Most of the humor people found in their situations seemed to revolve around their identical houses, stacked neatly side by side on identical streets.
It was, when we first came here, everything looked the same. You know, all the houses, there was not a landmark, so to speak. I was a little nervous about leaving the house, hoping I could find my way back. And what was interesting is because no one ever locked their doors. And one night, we were in bed and we heard someone at the door, opened it up, came in, and my husband got up to see, and the man was confused, thought it was his house. He asked him what he was doing there, and he said, well, this is my home. And Ray says, no, it's not. He was so embarrassed and confused. I think he might have had a drink or two. And he just mumbled and left. Hopefully he found his home.
My father-in-law was visiting me, and he went downtown for something, and when he come back, he just walked into the wrong prefab, and as I remember, he had a pie, and he walked in there and he said, what do you want me to do with that? And that old gal, but, you know, she probably had seen him over at our place, so she sent him north.
It was a coal-burning furnace, a giant furnace down in the basement, and one day they came, opened the basement window, and it was the awfulest noise you ever heard in your life. It scared the devil out of me. It was a big rumble of coal coming in, and so I had to run out and talk to the guys and say, what are you doing, you know? And so they would come periodically, and every time they did, I'd jump out of my skin because it was pretty loud.
It was 1957, and Richlanders who had learned to endure many changes would find their biggest change was yet to come. A planned transfer of the city into self-government was nearing completion, and the Alphabet homes would soon be part of the biggest single-package real estate transaction in the United States history.
There was a policy regulating how the disposal would be put into effect. The current occupant of a home had the, what's it called, the right of first refusal. If that family, you know, did not want that house, then there was procedure for, others who worked in Hanford, to, put a bid on that place. But at that time, there was a lot of fears, that if the mission of Hanford, would end, and that, always was a background fear for the workers. that they they would be stuck with housing that they couldn't sell. And in fact, GE made offers, that if you are willing to pay a little more money, and buy a house, and the mission of Hanford Ansler is attenuated significantly, we'll buy it back from you. But if you're willing to take the risk, you can buy it at a lower price. But then if the mission ends, of course, then you're out of luck, and if you can't sell it.
We were about the last area to go up for sale of the houses. And we knew when this was going to happen, and that we had a little boy by this point in time. So we decided we'd better be looking for a bigger house, which we did. And we found a ranch house up on Chestnut. And that area had gone on sale much earlier, so these people were already thinking about moving up to a better house, and so they had it for sale. So we said we were interested, and it was time for us to put the prefab up for sale. So we put it in the little GE News for a Friday. That's when the paper came out, and we said at 7 o'clock that night we would have an open house. So about 6:30, the traffic on the street all of a sudden got tremendous, and we looked out and there were cars lined up and down the street. These were hot properties. People wanted to buy these prefabs. So at 7 o'clock we opened the door, and people streamed in and through the house and around the backyard, and this young fellow within 5 minutes came up to us and said, "I'll take it."
Once the homes found their way into private hands, the regimented similarity that made the city unique suddenly became the reason to give the homes an overnight facelift.
People put their personalities into these homes in several different ways, whether they do major cosmetic changes to the exterior part of the house, or if they just dress up trim or minor features along the house.
We moved up from the prefab into a 3-bedroom ranch house. Right away, of course, we thought about remodeling, redoing the kitchen, and doing something with the little shed in the back.
A lot of the A houses and B houses, alphabet houses, didn't have a fully excavated basement. And we didn't. We had a half basement. So that is one of the renovations we made soon. And we were fortunate enough to have sand in our particular area, but the houses down on the south end had big rocks.
One of the major things that I see that people do is they convert the A house into a single residence, where they basically take out the wall that separates the two and make it a single family thing. The nice thing about the F house is for one thing, it's a very sound house, and it's a very functional house and utilitarian house. There's not a whole lot of, well, I guess I could say that for a lot of the government houses. There's, they weren't built to be, have like a lot of space. I mean, it's very functional space, very utilized to every single corner of the house. And the nice thing about the F house is all your bedrooms were upstairs. The only downside was to the F house is there wasn't a bathroom on the main floor. And so what a lot of people did is convert the basement. People get creative with these houses, and it's really interesting. One of the things that we do, my wife and I do for entertainment, is to go. We go get a coffee, drink, granita or something, and we'll tour just the streets, just looking at various houses. And even though we've seen them several times, it's still interesting to see the little details that people put into their houses. It just makes them more charming, makes them more livable, more appealing to the community.
I came from the East Coast, and I'm very comfortable and familiar with the traditional style of housing, the Federalist and the neo-colonial revivals that's very common back there. And the L House fits into that style of architecture. So it just appealed to me, and with 4 bedrooms and a basement and a dining room, it had enough space for our family, and needs, and my wife's looms, and had a nice yard, distinctive architecture. You know, it was something that we rented, and when one came up on the market, we made our bid on it. The layout is very comfortable. You know, the living quarters down here on the first floor are separated from the utilities down in the basement and from the living quarters upstairs. You know, that's a nice feature. You know, it has simplicity in design. You know, that you're not forever running around, you know, hosing down the gingerbread that you find on some houses. You know, the upkeep on it is relatively simple. Just has a lot of good design features and, you know, mechanical features that appeal to me as a homeowner. Yeah, Pearson was very intent on making sure that worker morale stayed high, and so that was one of the things that he considered very seriously in the way he, you know, designed each of the individual houses, as well as the way he laid out Richland. He was very interested in making sure that the people who worked here, you know, morale did not suffer because of inadequate housing.
Times may change the faces of Richland, but the homes with their unique history will continue. The Alphabet homes are as much Richland as the top secret war project that bordered the city. Pearson's Alphabet Homes, a legacy worth remembering.
Well, I always told people that you've got to give it 2 years. I mean, so many people came here and left Richland very quickly because the women couldn't stand, we'll say, the isolation, the dust, just nothing to do, no culture, you know, nothing like that. We stayed because he had a good job. He could get his education. I could work, and we did make friends here, and we liked it. After the 2 years, as I always told people, when I would meet new people and they'd say, oh, I don't know if I can stand it, I said, give it 2 years. You're going to find it's a great place to bring up kids. And it was a great place to bring up kids.
We learned to love it here. When I first came here, oh, it's the ugliest place I have ever been. Because my family, I'd come home from college, and there would be tumbleweeds blowing down the street, you know, sand, oh. And when Ray said he was coming back here, I just said, oh, no, I don't want to go back there. And he says, well, that's where my job will be. But over the years, I've loved it here. I wouldn't care to live anyplace else.
Yeah, sure, it's a government town. The government doesn't own it anymore. The owners, the houses own it, and it's wonderful. I would never consider moving anywhere else.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now I know my ABCs. Won't you come on home with me?
round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees, baby, soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. Palm trees, Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Giving me in the palm trees. On the west coast, soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. In the palm trees, of the palm trees on the west coast. Summer breeze, I love. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible.
Sweet.
down. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees, baby. Soft top down, too best to be hot now. When chill, cool when I roll round. Palm trees, baby. Kelly got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my hair when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Giving me palm trees on the west coast. Soft top down, too best to be hot now. When chill, cool when I roll round. And the palm trees on the west coast. Summer breeze, I love. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible. the West Coast. Rolling fast, jet smoke, she rolled it 'cause I said so.
Summer breeze.
Soft top down, too best to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees,
baby.
Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees, palm trees, baby.
Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my hair when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me summer
in the palm trees on the West Coast. Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. In the palm trees on the West Coast.
Summer breeze, I love.
Gone off the back smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible.
Sweet.
Coast. Rolling fast, jet smoke, she rolled it 'cause I said so.
Summer breeze.
Soft top down, too best to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees,
baby.
palm. Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees, palm trees, baby.
Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me summer
in the palm trees on the west coast. Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. In the palm trees on the west coast.
summer breeze. I love
Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible. West Coast. Rolling fast, jet smoke, she rolled it 'cause I said so.
Summer breeze.
Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. And the palm trees,
baby.
Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees,
palm trees, Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me summer breeze.
Palm trees on the West Coast. Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. And the palm trees on the West Coast.
Summer breeze, I love.
Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. the west coast. Rolling fast, jet smoke, she rolled it cause I said so.
Summer breeze.
Soft top down, too best to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane is never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees,
baby.
Soft top down, too best to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees, palm trees, baby.
Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my hair when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me summer breeze.
Palm trees on the west coast. Soft top down, too best to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. And the palm trees on the west coast.
Summer breeze, I love.
Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible.
Our mayors join us today to provide an in-depth look at the developments influencing each of our 4 cities, highlighting achievements, addressing challenges, sharing initiatives and collaborations that are paving the way for continued regional strength. Now I'm pleased to turn the program over to our board chair, Trish Herron, who will guide us through the remainder of our program. Please help me joining. Please, I always mess this up. Welcome, Trish. There we go.
Okay, before I start, who else found a sticker on the bottom of their chair and thought they won? Because a bunch of us did. And I'm sorry to the chamber, or to Pasco, for ruining your chairs. Okay, let's get going with today's program. Kicking off the State of the City's presentation is Mayor Gretel Crawford from the city of Kennewick. Mayor Gretel Crawford is a Tri-Cities native, moving here in 1982 and growing up on an apple orchard along the Snake River with her parents and 3 sisters, one of which is here right now. She's married to a 3rd-generation farmer, and one of her sons is now a 4th-generation farmer. A graduate of Kamiakin High School and WSU, Gretel and her husband raised 3 boys here. Gretel founded Gretel Crawford Homes, designing and building custom homes for over 20 years, and operated It's All in the Details, a retail business in Kennewick, for more than 7 years. She has also invested in commercial properties to support small businesses. Gretel ran for office in 2021 to give back to her community. Her goal was to support the city and local businesses during tough times, ensuring a safe place to live, work, and play. She served as Mayor Pro Tem in 2022 to 2023 and has been mayor since fall of 23. She prioritizes citizen engagement, transparency, and community involvement. As she concludes her time on council, she's proud of her accomplishments and confident in the city's future. Please help me welcome Kennewick Mayor Gretel Crawford.
Hello and welcome everyone. It's great to see so many faces today. It's a beautiful fall day in Tri-Cities. So I get to start. Navigating change can be scary, but it can also be our greatest opportunity. In 2025, as our city walked through key changes, Kennewick capitalized on opportunities to improve quality of life for those who live and work here, to make it the best place to do business and develop, and to improve community engagement. Moments throughout this year have left me thinking, and it's a good thing that I like to do things that scare me. This mindset, embracing what challenges us and moving forward, isn't just personal, it's how Kennewick is approaching growth. I'm wise enough to know that rewards are obtained outside of our comfort zones. This is when we are pushed to change and innovate, and when we often come up with the best solutions than if we had done nothing at all because of fear and the unknown. This is what fuels our city's motto and why we embrace leading the way in Kennewick. Growth. The city of Kennewick grew by roughly 670 residents last year, bringing us up to 87,000 residents. This is an addition of 3,000 new residents in just 5 years. I hope when new residents come to our city that they find it easy to connect with city services, that their neighbors are kind and helpful, and that they can become engaged in all that their city has to offer, including city government. Whether sharing your perspectives about taxes, hopes for a new city pool, your thoughts on fireworks with us, or even better, signing up to serve on a board or commission, we strive to listen and make Kennewick welcoming for everyone. Here's the challenge. When a city grows this fast, infrastructure and services struggle to keep pace. Add in the reality that government simply moves slower than private business, and we could easily find ourselves perpetually playing catch up. For me personally, having grown up here and graduating from Kamiakin, as stated before, there is another concern. Will we lose what makes Kennewick feel like home? Will we invite too many outsiders in? But rather than yield to the sometimes scary speed of our growth, Kennewick has embraced it, looking to the future. Our city staff has helped us guide and lead the way in so many ways. I'd like to remind residents that it's not the mayor, at least in Kennewick, who makes most things move forward in our city. We have 7 elected city council members directing policy and making legislative decisions, and I am only one of those. There's several others here today. The city manager then directs those decisions to the rest of the city department heads and staff and oversees all of the day-to-day and long-term planning goals. In the past year, our new city manager, Erin Erdman, has provided quick and effective decision-making and community planning expertise that has earned her deep respect by those she leads across our city. Our staff has grown to 450 employees who bring talent, tenure, and vision to their roles each day. They work hard to turn difficulties and change into opportunities. In the past year, our city staff opened new parks facilities, and construction is underway in our entertainment district. These exciting changes have been done to create opportunities for economic development and recreation that still retain that hometown charm in our city. Instead of playing defense, we've gone on offense. Crime is down 20%. We're making traction with homeless. First response times are improving with 3 new ambulances, and we charged 4,000 criminal cases last year, a record that reflects phenomenal work of our police department and city attorney's office for holding people accountable. These are outcomes from visionary and creative changes made by our team, a team that refuses to be 2 steps behind, an approach of proactive law enforcement and engagement. My time on City Council and as its mayor is coming to an end. I'm going to be back in the seats with all of you soon. Our current council will reform with a new member and select a new mayor in January. This will create more change, but also more opportunities for new ideas, fresh energy, and community engagement. I am so deeply grateful to have been given the opportunity to serve the city of Kennewick and our regional partners in these roles and to have had a front row seat to see the opportunities that are growing out of change. So in my final State of the City's address, I encourage you to imagine a city that embraces planned growth responsibly with a plan for the future, delivering critical infrastructure and services to maintain and grow our quality of life without compromising our hometown charm. A city where the best and the brightest want to live because affordability and safety still remain our priorities. As a closing to the Chamber and its many business members and citizens today, I want you to remember that if we want to maintain a government structure that works for you, the people, you all need to stay engaged and a part of the conversation for that future here in our communities. I want to throw out a quote that pushed me into my current position. You're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. Please stay engaged, please be productive in our communities, and support your local governments. Local government, its citizens, and its businesses are stronger when we all work together for a common cause, the strength of our communities and the people and families that it is meant to serve. This is Kennewick's future, and this is how we all will lead the way. Thank you, city staff, council members. You guys have done a great job this year.
"2025 has been an outstanding year in the city of Kennewick. New community assets, new faces, facility expansion, technology advancements, and regional partnerships have propelled our momentum forward. Let's look closer at how the city of Kennewick is leading the way in 2025. The Three Rivers Convention Center is undergoing a transformative $71 million expansion that will add 111,000 square feet of new space. This expansion opens doors to sports tournaments, competitions, and large-scale conventions that we simply couldn't accommodate before. Adjacent to the convention center, you'll see the new AC Marriott Hotel Rising, a public-private partnership that will provide essential amenities for convention visitors while driving economic growth throughout our entertainment district. We're on track for completion of both of these projects for late 2026. Over at Vista Field, development is gaining momentum. The City, Public Facilities District, and Port of Kennewick are transforming the site of our former municipal airfield into a vibrant new district, with multiple buildings already taking shape this year. We're also addressing a critical need, our City Hall facility. After 60 years, the building on West 6th Avenue requires significant repairs. The City Council has decided to issue an RFP to evaluate our best path forward, whether that's new construction or a comprehensive remodel, while keeping these efforts focused at the current location.
This year, we saw the grand opening of the Columbia River Dog Park. Nearly 200 humans and their dogs attended the grand opening in October for the 3-acre facility with plenty of room for running and playing. On May 30th, a new splash pad opened at Kennesaw Pool, expanded upon the popularity of these warm weather amenities throughout the city. The city is putting the finishing touches on the Audubon Trail at Columbia Park. This easy 1-mile walk has new interpretive signs, upgraded paths to improve the experience for trail goers and bird watchers. Work is underway at the Vancouver Pump Track, a BMX bike track that adds a family-friendly amenity to a residential area of our city. The team is refining design and it's expected to open in 2026.
In 2025, the City of Kennewick laid the foundation for implementation of a new utility billing system, which will provide advanced features and improve customer service for our 27,000 utility customers. The new billing system is anticipated to be fully implemented in 2026 and will allow us to automate many processes and increase efficiencies. Customers will have access to an upgraded online customer portal with real-time water usage display, billing and payment history, utility alerts, paperless billing, and enhanced automated payment capabilities.
In a banner year for the Kennewick Police Department, we were able to achieve full staffing and are on track to reduce crime by over 20%. Technology advancements allowed our team access to the leading tools to solve crimes. As the lead agency for the Bi-County Police Information Network, staff is securing software that will enhance search capabilities and allow officers to seamlessly interact with their data in real time. There's a request for proposals underway to replace the records management software. We pride ourselves in our public safety community partnerships, and one example is our partnership with the Kennewick School District. This partnership has allowed us to have school resource officers in every high school and in every middle school. The Kennewick Police Department Foundation continues to support the Community Care Fund so officers can provide assistance and, in most cases, a little bit of hope to community members in need, as well as affirming our values of integrity, courage, and commitment to all Kennewick residents.
The City of Kennewick has about 450 employees, and this year we have revamped our talent acquisition strategy process. We added an enhanced competitive compensation package that targets our recruiting, the reviewing, and onboarding of our new employees. The city continues to implement creative and flexible work hours, remote work, and other opportunities to support and recruit our talent. We are recognizing 124 employees who have worked for the city for 10 years or more. In addition, we celebrate the success of recruiting 43 new full-time employees and 120 part-time employees, along with creating a new communications and marketing department. We are excited to see the city's continued growth and innovation as we lead the way.
In 2025, we welcomed 9 firefighters to our team, including 2 already certified as paramedics. 2 of our current firefighters completed an 18-month paramedic program at Columbia Basin College, and 1 of our firefighters earned a captain promotion. We also added 3 new replacement ambulances to our fleet this year. I was honored to step into the role as fire chief following the retirement of former Chief Chad Michael this summer. Amid the leadership transition, the department appointed qualified staff to fill key leadership roles, ensuring continuity and maintaining the high level of knowledge and professionalism our community depends on. I'm extremely proud of Kennewick Fire personnel. They exemplify honor, competence, and selflessness every day.
The City of Kennewick's Public Works Department continued Phase 2 of the wastewater treatment plant upgrades that focus on implementation of an innovative biosolids management system. The project includes construction of a new facility designed to achieve Class A biosolids standards that will be suitable for reuse in agricultural applications. Completion is anticipated by June 2026. South of I-82, we completed installation of water and sewer utility extensions to serve future light industrial users. Concurrently, the city worked with other utility providers to facilitate power and data connectivity. Citywide, transportation enhancements included signal and intersection upgrades, sidewalk rehabilitation, and asphalt patching and overlay operations. The new Transportation Benefit District has already yielded measurable results, funding extensive pavement preservation and rehabilitation activities and extending pavement surface life across the network.
The City Attorney's Office is celebrating the 2-year anniversary of its diversion program, where people with drug-related criminal charges complete recovery programs and have their charges dismissed. 220 offenders have entered the program. We also created a deflection program, which allows offenders with mental health or drug diagnoses to avoid legal system involvement by entering into and completing treatment programs. Furthermore, Kennewick partnered with the Washington State Office of Public Defense's Simple Possession, Advocacy and Representation Social Services program to provide offenders with resources and services.
Despite economic uncertainty from state and federal policy shifts, high inflation, and rising contract costs, the City of Kennewick remains financially sound. We continue to follow the Council's budgeting by priorities model, focusing resources on the community's highest priority needs. This disciplined approach is delivering results. Projects like the Convention Center expansion are being completed on time and on budget. Looking ahead, we're committed to developing strategic and creative solutions that preserve and enhance quality of life for our residents. By staying focused on priority, services, and fiscal responsibility, we're positioning Kennewick for continued success.
Thank you, Mayor Crawford and city staff for putting that together. Next, we'll hear from City of Pasco. Pasco Mayor David Milne has proudly served the Pasco community since joining the City Council in December of 2017. He has served as Mayor Pro Tem from 2023 to 2025 and was elected mayor in August of 25. Starting his career selling power tools while attending CBC in 1994, David founded Milne Nail Power Tool and Repair, which is now the largest independent tool store in southeastern Washington. Over the years, he grew his company from the ground up and became an active member of the community. David is married to Nicole, and they have 4 children and a granddaughter. He serves as international chair for Sunrise Rotary, is active in the Franklin County Republicans, and enjoys traveling, motorcycles, hiking, and trains. Please help me welcome Pasco Mayor David Milne.
I will say this is the biggest crowd I've ever had to really give a detailed speech where it seemed like people were actually listening. So it is quite the honor, and I am very nervous. So if I make a mistake, don't think it's not that I didn't prepare. It's just I don't want to disappoint everybody. I will, before I get into my speech, take like 30 seconds that being a mayor pro tem for 2 years, you kind of think you know it all, and then you become mayor, and it's like, holy crap. To put it mildly, I mean, just all the issues that come up, there's so many things, and then trying to run a business and family. I'm always amazed at these 2 other mayors, how they're able to handle business and family and mayor for so long. I'm only going to do this for 4 months. We'll have a new council in January. Likely I'll let other people do it, but it is a total privilege, probably one of the biggest privileges of my life, besides having kids and being married, is to be mayor of City of Pasco. I know I make my family very proud. So I just want to say thank you, and that being in leadership, you kind of get the idea that, wow, it's a lot more than you ever think it is, and the commitment and the time. And I did want to point out Harold Stewart as far as our new city managers I'll get to, but I do really appreciate dedication of